Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The silver light of dawn crept through the ancient boughs of Silver Mist Forest, dappling the moss-covered ground where Thalorin's Silverage slept beneath a canopy of emerald leaves. The elven warrior's eyes snapped open as a burning sensation spread across his chest. He sat up with a start, tearing at his tunic to reveal an arcane symbol etched in luminous blue light across the left side of his torso. A half-moon intersected by three parallel lines that pulsed with an otherworldly glow. 500 leagues away, deep within the cavernous halls of Iron Deep, Desta Bronzeheart awoke with a gasp, her skin ablaze with the same burning sensation. The dwarven explorer clutched at her right side, her fingers tracing the contours of an identical runic pattern that mirrored Thalorin's mark, the other half of a mysterious whole. Neither knew of the other's existence, yet as the twin marks burned upon their skin, both received the same vision. 6 ancient stones scattered across the divided realms, and a looming eclipse that would unleash Azathoth, the primordial dragon whose slumber had maintained the fragile peace between their peoples for 10 millennia. Thalorin stood at the edge of the Elder Circle, the oldest gathering place of the Elven High Council. 13 elven elders sat upon thrones carved from living trees, their faces grave as they examined the mark upon his chest. "This is the rune of binding," pronounced Lady Ilsariel, the eldest of the council. Her voice, though soft as rustling leaves, carried the weight of countless centuries. "Not seen since the days of Sundering, when our ancestors sealed the Great Pact." "What does it mean?" Thalorin asked, struggling to maintain the composure expected of the last guardian of the ancient forest. The rune pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, a constant reminder of the intrusion upon his flesh. "It means, guardian, that you have been chosen." Lady Ilsariel's eyes, the pale green of early spring, narrowed as she spoke. "The eclipse approaches in 40 days. The sleeping dragon stirs, and you must find the 6 runestones before the moon darkens." "I will set out immediately," Thalorin said, reaching for the curved blade at his hip. Moon Shadow, an heirloom passed down through 20 generations of guardians. "You misunderstand," said Lord Erendir, his voice as cold as winter frost. "The rune you bear is but half of a whole. Its twin marks another, one whose participation is equally necessary." "Who bears this other half?" Thalorin asked, though something in his heart already knew the answer. A knowledge planted by the vision that had accompanied the mark's appearance. "A dwarf," replied Lady Ilsariel, and a murmur of disquiet passed through the council. "Your fates are now intertwined, guardian of the forest. You must find this dwarf, and together seek the stones." Thalorin's face hardened. In his 300 years, he had upheld the ancient boundaries, preventing dwarven encroachment into elven lands. The thought of joining forces with one of the stone dwellers turned his stomach. "There must be another way," he protested. "There is not," Lady Ilsariel said with finality. "The runes have chosen. Defy them at the peril of both our realms." The great forges of Iron Deep roared as Desta stood before the stone table, where 7 dwarven thanes glowered at the mark upon her side. Chief among them was her own uncle, Thane Dorgrim Ironbeard, whose disapproval radiated from him like heat from the smithies. "An elven mark," he spat, his thick fingers curling around the handle of his warhammer. "Ah, and on one already disgraced." Desta lifted her chin, refusing to be cowed. Her exile for exploring the forbidden temples had been punishment enough. She would not bear her uncle's scorn as well. "The Laura Keeper says it's a rune of binding," she countered, "from before the great schism when our peoples were one." "Blasphemy," thundered Thane Grimnar of the Eastern Holds. "We were never one with the Tree Singers." "The history is clear." "Is it?" queried Kalina Stonetongue, the ancient lore-keeper whose knowledge of dwarven history surpassed all others. Her voice, though weathered by countless winters, remained sharp as a newly honed blade. "Our oldest songs speak of a time before division when neither elf nor dwarf existed as we know them today." The Thanes shifted uncomfortably, for none dared openly challenge the lore-keeper's wisdom. The runes on the deep vault door match this marking?" Kalina continued, gesturing to Desta's side. "They speak of 6 stones and a dragon's awakening, and they prophesy 2 bearers, one from above, one from below, who will either unite the divided or witness the end of both. And you propose we send this exile to represent dwarven kind in this task?" Dorgrim's voice dripped with disdain. "The rune has already chosen," Kalina replied simply. "It is not for us to question." Desta met her uncle's gaze steadily. "I will find these stones, and this elf, whether the council approves or not. I've walked paths none other here have tread. I've studied relics while others mined gold. If any dwarf is prepared for this task, it is I." After a long moment, Dorgrim nodded grudgingly. "Go then. But return with honor, or do not return at all." The boundary stone marked the traditional meeting place between elven and dwarven emissaries during the rare occasions when diplomacy was required. A massive monolith of white granite, it stood alone in a meadow that belonged to neither realm, inscribed with treaties so ancient that few remembered their terms. Thalorin arrived as the moon rose, his steps silent on the dewy grass. He sensed the dwarf's presence before seeing her, a disruption in the natural flow of energy that all elves could perceive. He laid his hand on Moonshadow's hilt. "Step into the light, stone dweller," he called. "Let us look upon the one fate has cruelly bound to me." Desta emerged from the shadow of the monolith, her stocky frame silhouetted against the moonlight. A battle axe was strapped across her back, and numerous pouches hung from her belt, tools of exploration rather than domesticity. "So you're the tree singer I'm saddled with," she replied, her voice gruff but not hostile. "You're taller than I expected." Despite himself, Thalorin felt his lips twitch. And you're more direct than I anticipated." They regarded each other warily, centuries of inherited prejudice standing between them like an invisible wall. Then, simultaneously, they reached for their tunics, revealing the glowing runes on their torsos. As they stood facing one another, the half-patterns began to glow more brightly, pulling toward each other like lodestones seeking their complement. "Oh, it seems the legends are true," Desta murmured, allowing her tunic to fall back into place. "The runes seek reunion." "As apparently must we," Thalorin replied. He drew a deep breath, setting aside pride with visible effort. "I am Thalorin Silveredge, last guardian of the ancient forest. Desta Bronzeheart, explorer of the deep places, and..." She hesitated, then added with defiant pride, "currently exiled for curiosity deemed excessive. A smile, small but genuine, cross Thalarin's face. Then we are well matched, for I too have questioned traditions others hold sacred. He extended his hand, a gesture rarely offered to any outside elven kind. After a moment's pause, Desta clasped it with her own calloused palm. The moment their hands touched, both runes flared with blinding light. Visions flashed through their minds, shared memories not their own, a unified people, neither elf nor dwarf, a terrible civil war over the use of ancient magic, the sundering of one race into two distinct forms, the binding of Aetherion with blood sacrifice from both sides, a pact to separate forever, sealed with 6 stones of power. They broke apart, gasping, each staggering back a step. "By the deep forges," Desta whispered. "Oh, did you see?" "Yes," Thalorin cut her off, his face ashen. "But it cannot be true. Elves have always been elves, and dwarves. What if everything we've been taught is wrong?" Desta pressed, her eyes alight with the thrill of discovery that had driven her into exile. "What if our peoples were once one?" Thalorin shook his head sharply. "We focus on the task at hand. 6 stones, 40 days. A dragon to keep bound." He straightened his shoulders. "Where do we begin?" Desta reached into one of her pouches and withdrew a small, leather-bound journal filled with sketches and notes. "The first stone lies in Crystalmere Cavern. 3 days, journey east, according to the temple inscriptions I borrowed. Before my exile, it's guarded by water spirits who only grant passage to those who can answer their riddles." "Crystalmere lies at the edge of elven territory," Thalarin said thoughtfully. "I know the forest paths that will lead us there safely." "Then it seems, Guardian, that we have begun to find use for one another," Desta replied with a hint of a smile. Thalarin inclined his head, conceding the point. "Dawn tomorrow, then. We'll travel first to Crystalmere." As they parted ways to make their separate camps for the night, neither yet comfortable enough to truly lower their guard in the other's presence, the runes upon their skin continued to pulse in perfect synchronicity, like twin hearts beating to the same rhythm. Their journey to Crystalmere was fraught with challenges that tested their fragile alliance. Thalarin moved swiftly through the forest, often forgetting that Desta's shorter legs couldn't match his pace. For her part, Desta's booming laughter and habit of speaking her thoughts aloud grated on Thalarin's elven sensibilities. Yet when a pack of dire whoops, twisted wolf-like creatures corrupted by dark magic, ambushed them on the second night, they found their disparate fighting styles complemented each other perfectly. Thalorin's fluid, graceful blade work paired unexpectedly well with Desta's powerful, efficient axe strikes. They emerged victorious, though not unscathed. As Thalorin tended a gash on Desta's arm with elven herbcraft, a reluctant respect began to form between them. "You fight well," he admitted, "for one so close to the ground." Desta snorted. "Dee, and you're surprisingly sturdy for someone who looks like a strong wind might snap you in half." They shared a brief smile before lapsing into a silence that, for the first time, felt almost comfortable. On the third day, they reached Crystalmere Cavern, where crystal-clear waters flowed from the mouth of a cave sparkling with embedded gemstones of all colors. At the entrance stood a pool so still it mirrored the sky perfectly, creating the illusion of an endless void. "The first trial awaits," Thalorin murmured, kneeling beside the pool. Its surface rippled suddenly, and 3 ethereal faces formed in the water, neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but somehow all of these at once. Bearers of the divided rune, the water spirits spoke in unison, their voices like the gentle babbling of a brook. "And answer 3 riddles, and passage shall be granted. Fail, and the waters will claim you. Desta stepped forward boldly. "Pose your questions, Waterkin. We are ready." The first riddle tested Thalarin's knowledge of natural law. The second challenged Desta's understanding of stone and minerals, but it was the third riddle that gave them pause. We are two halves of a sundered whole, divided by pride, by fear, by hate. What must break to make us complete? What must shatter to seal our fate? Thalarin and Desta exchanged troubled glances, the memory of their shared vision hanging between them. Simultaneously, they turned back to the water spirits and spoke a single word in unison: perception. The pool's surface erupted in a fountain of sparkling droplets that hung suspended in the air like 1,000 tiny stars before raining down around them without a single drop touching their skin. "Enter Runebearers," the spirits intoned as the waters of the pool parted, revealing a staircase descending into the earth. The first stone awaits. Side by side, the elf and the dwarf descended into the cavern depths, their runes glowing ever brighter as they took the first true step on their journey, not just to bind a dragon, but perhaps to heal a division far older and deeper than either had ever imagined. Story 2. Deep beneath the Iron Spine Mountains, where ancient stone bore witness to forgotten glories, the abandoned halls of Khazad Morak slumbered in darkness. Once the crown jewel of dwarven civilization, its grand chambers and intricate tunnels now lay silent, haunted by memories and secrets. Yet on this night, as the twin moons aligned in the velvet sky above, the mountain trembled with an awakening power, for within its deepest heart, something ancient stirred to life. Streams of eerie blue light seeped through cracks in the mountainside, visible for leagues around. In distant settlements, both elven and dwarven, the wise and the learned gazed upon this phenomenon with growing dread. Something long imprisoned was breaking free, its essence reaching outward like tendrils of fate to touch two souls destined to converge. Seraphel stood before the elders of Silverglade, her slender form rigid with defiance despite the weight of their collective disapproval. Moonlight streamed through the crystal dome above, casting her silver hair in an ethereal glow that accentuated the unusual amethyst of her eyes. Eyes that marked her as different, as dangerous. "The ancient texts speak clearly," she insisted, her melodic voice unwavering. "The corruption emerging from the mountains can only be contained through knowledge your council has forbidden for centuries." High Elder Thalandir's expression hardened. "Or your obsession with forbidden magics has gone too far, Seraphel. The old pacts with the stone dwellers are best left buried, as are their tainted forges." "Then you condemn us all," she replied, fingers instinctively touching the crystal pendant at her throat, the last gift from her mentor before his exile. "The Runner's Blood forges were never solely dwarven, as our histories falsely claim. They were a collaboration, a joining of elven enchantment and dwarven craftsmanship." Her words fell upon deaf ears. By dawn, Seraphel stood at the edge of the eternal forest, her few possessions slung across her back, officially banished from the only home she had ever known. Yet as she gazed toward the distant mountains illuminated by the first light of day, the strange blue glow still pulsing from within, she felt not defeat, but purpose. Miles away, deep in the trading outpost of Hammerfall, where the races mingled uneasily in pursuit of commerce, Master Grimnar Ironheart slammed his fist upon the council table, causing goblets to jump and dignitaries to flinch. "Fools!" the stocky dwarf growled, his braided beard quivering with indignation. "You mock my theories while ancient evil awakens beneath our very feet." Lord Barrim Stonemason adjusted his golden chains of office with exaggerated patience. "Your claims about elvish enchantments being necessary for our ancestors' greatest works are not merely unorthodox, Grimnar, they're heretical. No true dwarf would suggest our craft required the assistance of tree-dwellers. Grimnar's weathered face, mapped with the scars of forge and battle, darkened further. Pride blinds you. The blue lights from Khazad Morak are the warning our oldest sagas foretold. The metal that sleeps but never dies is awakening. By nightfall, Grimnar, too, found himself cast out. His mastery of metallurgy and decades of service to Clan Ironheart insufficient to overcome the scandal of his beliefs. Standing beside his packed mule in the torchlit courtyard, he gazed northward toward the looming mountains, the strange azure glow pulsing like a beacon calling him home. Fate, that most mysterious of forces, works through coincidence and necessity. Thus it was that an elven sorceress and a dwarven smith found themselves seeking shelter in the same ancient watchtower as a ferocious mountain storm descended upon the foothills. Both soaked and wind-battered, they eyed each other with the instinctive wariness of races long divided. A dwarf, this far from settlements? Seraphel observed, wringing water from her cloak. The storm must truly have divine humor, Grimnar snorted, already working to kindle a fire in the crumbling hearth. And an elf, traveling alone toward the mountains rather than away, equally amusing to the gods, I'd wager. Something in his tone, a lack of the usual dwarven contempt, caught her attention. As the flames bloomed to life, she studied his face more carefully, noting the unusual runes etched into his hammer and the scholarly gleam in his deep-set eyes. "You're heading to Khazad Morak," she stated simply. His bushy eyebrows rose. "As are you, tree dancer. The question is why?" Hours later, as the storm raged outside, an unlikely alliance was forged. Both outcasts, both seeking the legendary Runner's Blood forges, both convinced that only by understanding the ancient collaboration between their peoples could the emerging threat be contained. "My grandfather was keeper of the Forbidden Archives," Seraphil explained, unfolding a parchment covered in flowing elvish script interspersed with angular dwarven runes. "This is a fragment of the original enchantment, useless without the metallurgical formulae your people guarded." Grimnar's eyes widened as he reverently touched the parchment. "And I have my family's grimoire of forgecraft, passed down since the Sundering, together." "Together," she nodded. "We might actually succeed where either alone would fail." The descent into Khazad Morak was a journey into both wonder and terror. Massive halls with ceilings lost in darkness, their walls adorned with masterworks of stone carving depicting the glory days when dwarves and elves stood shoulder to shoulder. Bridges spanning seemingly bottomless chasms, their elegant arches displaying an unmistakable elvish influence. Evidence, as Grimnar eagerly pointed out, of the forgotten era of cooperation. But as they ventured deeper, beauty gave way to corruption. Crystalline growths of unnatural blue pulsed along the walls, and the air carried a metallic taste that coated their tongues. They found the first of the transformed in what once had been a grand feasting hall, dwarven explorers from some previous expedition, their flesh fused with a strange, iridescent metal, their movements jerky and unnatural, their eyes vacant yet somehow aware. "By the eternal flame," Grimnar whispered in horror as they hid behind a fallen column, "the legends were true. The living metal consumes its victims." Seraphel's hands glowed with prepared defensive magic. "The Soul Forger has already begun its work. We must hurry." They moved with increasing urgency through the twisting passages, evading patrols of the metal-fused creatures, following the intensifying blue glow. Grimnar's knowledge of dwarven architecture guided their path, while Seraphel's magic veiled them from unfriendly eyes. With each chamber they passed, with each inscription they deciphered together, the truth became clearer. The Runebearers forges had indeed been a collaborative marvel, created through the perfect union of dwarven craft and elven enchantment. At last, they stood before the massive doors of the forge chamber itself, inscribed with an intricate pattern that melded both their written languages into something new. "It's a warning," Seraphil translated, her fingers tracing the symbols. "And an instruction. Two peoples divided, two arts sundered, only reunited may the corruption be contained." Grimnar nodded solemnly. "Our ancestors knew this day might come. They left us the key." The forge chamber was both magnificent and terrible. At its center stood the legendary Runner's Blood forges, three massive anvils, surrounded by complex arrays of tools and channels, all crafted from a metal that seemed to shimmer between silver and gold. But hovering above the central anvil was a writhing mass of darkness shot through with that same sickly blue light, the entity known as the Soul Forger, barely contained by ancient wards that visibly weakened with each pulse of power. "Interlopers!" it hissed, its voice like metal scraping against stone. Or perhaps, "Instruments of my final liberation." Around them, dozens of metal-fused thralls shambled forward, their movements becoming more coordinated, more threatening. The corruption was spreading, the Soul Forger's control strengthening. "We have one chance," Seraphil whispered, extracting a crystal vial from her robes. "My blood, your craft, the ancient formula." Grimnar nodded grimly, producing his most treasured possession, a hammerhead of pure meteorite iron, never before fitted to a handle. "And my blood, your enchantment." They moved with the coordination of those who understood their roles perfectly. As the thralls closed in, Seraphil cast a circle of protection, while Grimnar stoked the forge to impossible heat, using bellows enchanted with her magic. She chanted in the ancient elvish tongue, while he worked the metal with strength and precision that belied his years. Blood from both their veins mingled in the cooling trough, sizzling with arcane potential. The Soul Forger howled, recognizing too late the ritual being enacted. "Fools, I offered power beyond imagining. I would have made your races ascendant. Our races were greatest when they stood together." Grimnar called back, lifting the newly forged warhammer, its head inscribed with runes that glowed with Seraphil's magic. Its handle wrapped in leather, bound with silvery elven thread. Seraphil's hands surrounded the weapon with a corona of pure light. "What was sundered shall be rejoined," she intoned. "What was forgotten shall be remembered." As one, dwarf and elf drove the hammer into the heart of the central forge, directly beneath the writhing entity. The explosion of power threw them both backward, but the ritual held. Chains of light and metal erupted from the forge, ensnaring the Soul Forger, dragging it down, binding it once more, but stronger than before. Silence fell upon Khazad Morak. The blue glow faded. The metal thralls collapsed, the corruption receding from their bodies. Months later, a most unusual sight greeted travelers on the Great East Road. An elven sorceress and a dwarven smith working side by side at a newly established forge, teaching apprentices from both races the long-forgotten art of metal magic. Above their workshop, a sign swung in the breeze, depicting a hammer wreathed in magical light, the Forges of Destiny. And deep within the mountains, secured by new wards and guardians, Khazad Morak slumbered once more, but not as a place of darkness and danger. Instead, it waited patiently for the day when both races would be ready to reclaim their shared heritage, to remember that their greatest achievements had always come when they worked not as rivals, but as one people divided only by time and pride. In the libraries of both elf and dwarf, a new tale was added to the ancient texts. The legend of Seraphel and Grimnar, who rediscovered what had been hidden, who remembered what had been forgotten, and who began to forge a new destiny from the sundered fragments of the old. Story 3. The twin moons of Eldrath hung like watchful eyes over Glimmervale, their silver light cascading down upon the ancient temple that straddled the border between two worlds. Neither fully of the forest nor entirely of the mountain, the Temple of Concordance stood as the last remaining testament to an age when understanding, not suspicion, governed the lands. Within its crystalline walls, the fabled Oracle of Glimmervale pulsed with arcane energies, its multifaceted surface reflecting not just light, but glimpses of what was, what is, and what might yet come to pass. On this night, as stars wheeled overhead in their eternal dance, the temple's two guardians stood at opposite ends of the sacred chamber, as distant in spirit as their peoples had become in the centuries since the sundering. Prince Arundel Moonwhisper's tall, lithe form was as still as the ancient trees of his homeland. His silver-blue eyes, reflective of his 1,000 years of life, regarded the oracle with a mixture of reverence and resentment. Another century of service to this relic before he could return to the verdant splendor of the Everleaf forest. A mere moment to an elf, yet an eternity when spent in the company of a dwarf. Across the chamber, Brynhild Ironheart's stocky figure seemed hewn from the very mountain itself, her auburn beard, intricately braided with rune-etched metal clasps, framed a face weathered by 200 years of craft and combat. Her amber eyes narrowed as she caught the elf's contemptuous glance. 50 more years chained to this duty, 50 more years enduring the insufferable immortal's silent condescension. Neither spoke, neither needed to. A century of shared guardianship had established the boundaries of their necessary but unwelcome partnership. It was then that the earth beneath them groaned. At first, merely a tremor, a whisper of disquiet from the bones of the world. Then a violent shudder that sent hairline fractures racing across the temple's crystal walls. The oracle, suspended in its cradle of enchanted silver and gold, began to vibrate, its usual gentle hum rising to a discordant wail. "The wards!" Arundel cried, ancient words of binding already flowing from his lips as he raised his hands, fingers weaving complex patterns that left trails of azure light in the air. Stabilize the foundation," Brynhild shouted back, her hammer striking the floor with precision, activating dormant runes that glowed with amber energy. For a moment, it seemed their combined efforts might prevail. The tremors hesitated, the fractures ceased their advance. But then, from deep within the oracle itself, a pulse of midnight black energy erupted, shattering the elven wards and overwhelming the dwarven runes. With a sound like the death cry of a star, the oracle of Glimmervale exploded into 13 shards that streaked away in different directions, punching through the crystal walls as if they were mere parchment. In their wake, a shadowy presence coalesced briefly in the center of the chamber, a writhing darkness with eyes of cold intelligence that regarded the two guardians with ancient malice before dissipating like smoke in a gale. As the dust settled, Arundel and Brynhild found themselves amid the ruins of their sacred charge, the temple crumbling around them, and a terrible knowledge settling in their hearts. The oracle's fragmentation had not been an accident, but a prison break. Something old and patient and hungry was now free after millennia of captivity. This is precisely why dwarves should never have been entrusted with magical artifacts, Arundel muttered 3 days later, picking his way carefully over a fallen column. Your people's connection to the arcane has all the subtlety of a battle axe. Brynhild snorted, her fingers tracing a fractured rune sequence on the temple wall. And I suppose your people's delicate touch prevented the catastrophe. The oracle was contained for 10,000 years by dwarven crafted foundations. It was your ephemeral elven bindings that failed first. Their bickering, familiar as an old cloak, provided cold comfort in the face of their failure. The Council of Concordance, the only forum where elves and dwarves still maintained diplomatic relations, had been unequivocal in its judgment. The Guardians must recover the 13 shards or face eternal exile from both their homelands. The westernmost shard fell beyond the Mistral Plains, Arundel said finally, consulting a scrying map that hovered above his outstretched palm, its magical light illuminating his features with an ethereal glow. And the tracking enchantment is weak, but present. The closest fell into the deep delve caverns, Brynhild added, studying a compass-like device of spinning concentric rings. My kin will not welcome an elf in those depths. Their eyes met briefly, centuries of ingrained prejudice warring with practical necessity. We should split up, they said in unison, then frowned at the unexpected agreement. 7 shards for you, 6 for me, Arundel proposed. We reconvene here when... His words died as the scrying map suddenly flared blindingly bright, then reformed to show 13 pulsing lights, no longer scattered but converging on a single location far to the north. Impossible, Brynhild whispered. The shards cannot move on their own unless they're being gathered, Arundel finished grimly. By whatever escaped. The journey north forced an uneasy alliance through the sun-dappled paths of the Everleaf Forest, where elven wardens regarded Brynhild with barely concealed disdain, through the torchlit grandeur of Moria, where dwarven sentinels spat at the passage of Arundel, across the Mistral Plains, where neither had allies, and both relied on skills long unpracticed, Arundel's hunting, Brynhild's weather sense. It was on the 14th night, camped in the shelter of a lightning-struck oak, that something strange occurred. As Arundel maintained watch, weaving small enchantments to conceal their presence from the plains, nocturnal predators, he noticed Brynhild mouthing the words of his spells in her sleep. When morning came, her amber eyes held flecks of silver blue that had not been there before. 2 days later, as they navigated a treacherous ravine, Brynhild's sure-footed climb faltered. It was Arundel who instinctively braced himself against the rock face with unexpected strength, catching her with one arm while maintaining a grip that should have been impossible for his slender frame. That night, he discovered a coarse patch of hair growing along his jawline, golden as summer wheat. Neither mentioned these changes, though both observed them with growing unease. On the 20th day, they reached the northern wastes, a desolation of black glass and twisted metal that ancient texts named as the battlefield where the first civilization had made its last stand against the void hunger. Here, according to their tracking devices, the 13 shards had gathered. What they found was a temple, or rather the perfect negative image of the Temple of Concordance, as if someone had pressed the original into black clay and then removed it, leaving an inverse impression. Within its anti-crystal walls, 13 pedestals awaited the shards, and standing before them, holding the first shard with tendril-like appendages of pure shadow, was the entity they had glimpsed during the oracle's shattering. The final guardians arrive, it said, its voice like the space between stars. How fitting. The last descendants of my jailers come to witness my restoration. What are you? Arundel demanded, bow drawn, an arrow of pure light nocked and ready. I am the Sundering, the entity replied. I am the wedge that split your people apart. The oracle was not a tool of prophecy, little guardians. It was a prison for my essence, and your ancestors were not allies, but a single race, the Eldrajin, before I planted the seeds of division in their hearts." Brynhild's hammer hummed with gathering power. "You lie. Dwarves and elves have always been separate peoples. Have you not wondered about your changes?" The entity purred. "Under each shard you have drawn near on your journey has restored a fragment of the original template. You are remembering what came before my interference in your very flesh." With horrible clarity, both guardians realized the truth of its words. The strange sensations, the blending of abilities and appearances, they were not becoming like each other's races. They were reverting to what had once been. "Why?" Arundel asked, his voice hollow. "Because unity is strength," the entity hissed, "and I could not feast on strength, but division, suspicion, hatred, these are nectars most sweet." It placed the shard on a pedestal which flared with negative light. I kept portions of myself within the oracle, whispering into the prophecies, ensuring your peoples remained apart. But now I will be whole again, and this time there will be no Eldrajin to bind me. Arundel and Brynhild exchanged glances, unspoken understanding passing between them. Centuries of enforced proximity had taught them to read each other, despite their mutual disdain. Now, with the revelation of their shared heritage pulsing through altered veins, that connection deepened into something more profound. Moving as one, they attacked. Arendel's arrows of light and Brynhild's hammer strikes complemented each other perfectly, forcing the entity away from the pedestals. Yet for each blow they landed, tendrils of darkness lashed back, leaving crystalline burns on their skin. "The shards," Brynhild gasped, blood trickling from a cut above her eye, the red droplets now flecked with silver. "If they were a prison before, they can be again," Arundel finished, his voice deeper than before, his shoulders broader. Fighting their way to the pedestals, they began a chant, not in Elvish or Dwarvish, but in a language neither had ever learned, yet both suddenly remembered. The tongue of the Eldrajin, musical and solid all at once, flowing like water over stone. With each word, the shards resonated, rising from their pedestals to orbit the embattled guardians. The entity shrieked, abandoning its physical form to become a tornado of darkness that battered against their impromptu shield of revolving crystal. "The final binding requires sacrifice," Arundel said, ancient knowledge surfacing in his mind. The original Eldrajin gave up their unity, splitting themselves into two races to power the prison. Brynhild nodded grimly. "And now we must choose, restore the prison and remain divided, or find another way," Arundel said, taking her calloused hand in his slender one. As the entity howled around them, they made their choice. Not division this time, but union. Not separation, but synthesis. The shards responded to their intent, drawing closer, spinning faster, until they reformed not into the oracle of old, but into a perfect sphere of crystal that contained the raging darkness while radiating light in pulsing waves. When the blinding flash subsided, where two guardians had stood, there now was only one figure, neither elf nor dwarf, but Eldrajin, combining the grace and longevity of the former with the strength and resilience of the latter. This new being held the crystal sphere in hands that were both elegant and strong, its eyes holding the wisdom of over 1,000 years viewed from two perspectives now made whole. The Oracle of Glimmervale had been reborn, not as a prison disguised as a tool of prophecy, but as a beacon of remembrance. And as the United Guardian carried it back to the shattered temple, the first tentative bonds between two long-estranged peoples began to reform, not into what had been before, but into something new that honored the shared past while forging a path toward a unified future. Story 4. The Crystal Mountains pierced the horizon like the spine of some ancient, slumbering titan, their peaks eternally capped with snow that glittered in the morning light. Hidden within their jagged embrace lay Drakenheim, the last sanctuary of dragonkind in the realms of Telluria. For centuries, the great worm Aetherion had served as guardian to the free kingdoms, maintaining the delicate balance between the races with ancient wisdom and, when necessary, terrible power. But on this day, as the twin suns rose in the east, the dragon's mighty heartbeat faltered for the first time in a millennium. Far below, in the dwarven stronghold of Moria, Thorin Forjabravo awakened with a scream dying on his lips, his heart pounding as if trying to escape his chest. The young master craftsman sat bolt upright in his bed, sweat gleaming on his brow despite the perpetual chill of the deep mountain halls. The vision still burned behind his eyes, great wings failing, ancient scales dulling from brilliant sapphire to ashen grey, and eyes that had witnessed the birth of stars, slowly closing. "Impossible," he whispered to the darkness, running calloused fingers through his copper beard. "How would I know the dragon suffers?" But know it he did, with a certainty that transcended explanation. It was this same inexplicable knowing that had led him to argue before the Stoneheart Council that the ancient records spoke of collaboration with the elves, not conquest, a position that had earned him the scorn of his peers and the watchful suspicion of the elders. As dawn's light filtered through carved ventilation shafts, Thorin made his decision. Gathering his most prized tools and the small journal containing his controversial translations of the Elder runes, he slipped from the artisan's quarter, choosing paths he knew would be deserted at this early hour. His destination, the surface, and beyond that, the crystal mountains that called to him with an urgency he could neither understand nor ignore. Leagues away, beneath the emerald canopy of the verdant realm, Elindra Starweaver moved like a ghost through the ancient forest. Her steps left no trace upon the moss-covered ground, her breath synchronized with the subtle whispers of the leaves overhead. As first guardian of the eastern marches, she had sworn to protect the forest borders from incursion, particularly from the stone dwellers whose tunneling had collapsed an entire grove of thousand-year oaks the previous autumn. Yet her heart was not in her patrol this morning. Since midnight, a strange restlessness had possessed her, drawing her gaze repeatedly toward the distant mountains. There was pain there, ancient and profound, resonating through channels she had never known existed within her soul. Aetherion, she murmured, the name rising unbidden to her lips, though she had never spoken it before. A soft rustle in the undergrowth behind her might have gone unnoticed by lesser elves, but Elindra's bow was drawn and aimed before conscious thought intervened. "Peace, daughter of stars," came a voice as ancient as the forest itself. From between two ancient oaks emerged Aetherion, the keeper of memories, his silver robes seeming to capture and reflect the dappled forest light. "Your instincts serve you well, but I am no enemy." Elindra lowered her bow, but the tension did not leave her shoulders. The keeper rarely left the sacred grove, and his appearance now could mean only one thing. The council had discovered her quiet advocacy for reconnection with the other races. "You feel it too, then?" the ancient elf asked, his eyes not on her face but on the distant mountains, confirming her suspicions. "The Guardian's song is fading." Elindra began, then stopped, surprised. "You know of my visions." Aetherion's smile was sad. "There are secrets kept even from the council, young one. Your bloodline, the Starweavers, were not always forest guardians. Once, in the days before the Great Sundering, they were dragon singers, those whose spirits could commune with the great worms." The revelation struck Elindra like a physical blow. "Why was I never told?" "Fear," the keeper replied simply. Fear that in seeking your heritage, you might lead our people back into conflicts we barely survived the first time. He reached into his robe and withdrew a small crystal pendant, pulsing with a faint blue light. This belongs to you by right of blood. It is a fragment of the soul crystal, sundered long ago with the breaking of the old alliances. Elindra took the pendant, feeling its resonance with something deep within her own being. There are others. 2 more. Without all 3 fragments, the crystal cannot be restored, and without the crystal, Aetherion will perish, poisoned by those who fear what the dragon represents. Where are the other pieces? Elindra asked, already knowing that her path was about to diverge dramatically from the quiet forest patrols that had defined her life. Ellarion's gaze drifted northward. One lies with the children of stone, carried by one whose spirit, like yours, remembers what others have forgotten. The foothills of the Crystal Mountains were treacherous even in the most clement weather, and today the skies brooded with storm clouds that seemed to gather specifically around the highest peaks. Thorin pressed on regardless, his dwarven endurance tested by the relentlessly increasing slope and the thinning air. The pain in his chest, not his own pain, he now understood, but Aetherion's, had intensified with each passing hour. He had just begun to navigate a particularly narrow ledge when the first arrow struck the rock wall inches from his head. "Hold, stone dweller," came a clear voice from above. "Geez, another step, and the next shaft finds your heart." Thorin froze, then slowly turned his head to see an elf balanced improbably on an outcropping that should have been too small to support a squirrel, let alone a full-grown figure. Her bow remained drawn, another arrow nocked and ready. "I have no quarrel with your kind, forest guardian," he called back, keeping his hands carefully visible. "My business is with Aetherion." The bow did not waver, but surprise flickered across the elf's fine features. How does a dwarf know that name? Thorin hesitated only briefly before deciding that truth was his only viable option. "I dream of a dying dragon," he admitted. "I feel its pain as my own. I know neither why nor how, only that I must reach Drachenheim before it's too late." For a long moment, the elf studied him, her expression unreadable. Then, with a fluid motion that seemed to defy gravity, she leapt down to the ledge beside him, bow still at the ready, but no longer aimed directly at his heart. "You carry something," she said, her eyes dropping to the small pouch at his belt. "Something that resonates with this." From beneath her tunic, she drew forth a crystal pendant that pulsed with soft blue light. Thorin's hand moved instinctively to the pouch, where he carried his most inexplicable treasure. A crystalline shard discovered years ago deep in an unopened chamber, its presence somehow kept secret from his fellow miners. As his fingers brushed the leather, the pendant around the elf's neck flared brighter. "You are the one," she whispered, wonder and wariness mingling in her voice. "I am Elindra Starweaver, dragon singer of the Eastern Marches. And you are—" "Thorin Forgebravo," he replied, still marveling at the light display. "Master craftsman of Moria, though perhaps exile, would be more accurate now." A ghost of a smile touched Elindra's lips. "It seems we share more than just mysterious crystals and dragon dreams, Thorin Forgebravo. I too find myself increasingly unwelcome among my own kind." She glanced up at the gathering storm clouds. "We should move. The path grows more dangerous ahead, and we have much to discuss." The storm broke as they reached the higher slopes, forcing them to seek shelter in a shallow cave. There, as lightning illuminated the darkening world outside, they shared their stories, Thorin's discoveries in the ancient archives suggesting a time when dwarves and elves had been allies, not enemies. Elindra's growing conviction that her people's isolationism was slowly suffocating their culture. And they spoke of their dreams, strikingly similar visions of Aetherion suffering and a compulsion to journey to Drakenheim that neither could ignore. The keeper said there were 3 fragments, Elindra explained, warming her hands over the small fire Thorin had skillfully kindled. Without all 3, the soul crystal cannot be restored. Thorin withdrew his fragment from its pouch, watching as it resonated with Elindra's pendant, their blue lights pulsing in perfect synchronization. And then we must find the 3rd before reaching Drakenheim. He hesitated, then added, the old texts speak of dragon molders among my ancestors, dwarves who could shape dragon skin into artifacts of immense power. I always thought them mere legends. As I thought dragon singers were, Elindra agreed. And yet here we are, drawn together by powers we barely comprehend, bearing fragments of a crystal neither of us should possess. A particularly violent thunderclap shook the mountainside, followed by an unnatural silence. Both dwarf and elf tensed, sensing rather than hearing an approach. Thorin's hand moved to his hammer, while Elindra knocked an arrow with fluid grace. The cave entrance darkened as a figure blocked the stormlight. Rain dripped from a heavy cloak, and gloved hands slowly rose to lower a hood, revealing a face that belonged to neither dwarf nor elf, but seemed somehow a blend of both. Angular, yet strong. Ageless, yet weathered. The singer and the molder, the stranger said, his voice resonating oddly within the confines of the cave. Found each other at last. From within his cloak, he withdrew a crystal that pulsed with the same blue light as their fragments, but stronger, more vibrant. I bear the 3rd piece, and the truth both your peoples have labored to forget. Dawn broke over Drakenheim as 3 figures crested the final ridge. Before them spread a valley untouched by the passing ages, a sanctuary where crystalline formations erupted from the earth like frozen fountains, where pools of water so clear they seemed like liquid diamond reflected the lightening sky, and where, at the center, a single massive form lay curled upon a dais of pure crystal. Aethirion's once resplendent scales had faded to the color of tarnished silver, but the dragon's eyes, ancient beyond reckoning, opened as they approached, recognition and relief evident even in their dimming glow. The bloodlines return. The dragon's voice resonated not in their ears, but directly in their minds. Singer, molder, keeper. After all these centuries, the mysterious stranger stepped forward, his fragment of the soul crystal blazing now with internal fire. Forgive us, Guardian. We failed in our duty to protect the Alliance. The past is past, Aetherion replied, a tremor passing through his massive form. The question remains, will you heal the present? Thorin and Elindra exchanged glances, then stepped forward as well, extending their crystal fragments. The 3 pieces seemed to leap from their hands, drawn together by forces beyond their control, merging in a flash of blinding light to form a perfect tetrahedron of pulsing blue energy. The completed soul crystal hung suspended in the air between them and the dying dragon, its light-forming tendrils that reached out to touch each of them in turn, dwarf, elf, and the mysterious 3rd, who was somehow both and neither. The choice is yours, Aethirion's mental voice continued, weaker now. To restore what was broken, the 3 bloodlines must be willing to remember their shared purpose, to acknowledge their common origin before hatred and fear drove them apart. Understanding dawned on both Thorin and Elindra simultaneously. The stranger, the keeper, was what their peoples had once been before some ancient schism had created separate races from one. I am willing, Thorin said without hesitation, extending his hand to Elindra. As am I, she replied, clasping his calloused fingers with her slender ones, then reaching out her other hand to the keeper, who completed the circle. The soul crystal flared with renewing power, its light enveloping Aetherion, washing away the taint of poison that had been slowly killing the last guardian. As the dragon's strength returned, bringing with it the vibrant sapphire hue to his scales, memories flooded through the three connected beings, not just their own, but those of countless generations before them. They saw the truth, that before the great divisions, before the retreats to forest and mountain, elves and dwarves had been a single people. The Eldrazian, who had worked in harmony with dragonkind as stewards of Telluria. They witnessed the fear and pride that had fractured that unity, creating separate races that eventually forgot their common origin. When the vision faded, they found themselves forever changed, not returned to the original form of their ancestors, but awakened to possibilities that had long been denied. In their joined hands, the soul crystal pulsed with renewed purpose, a beacon that would call to others of their bloodlines who dreamed of something more than ancient enmities. Aetherion, restored and magnificent once more, regarded them with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "The path ahead is long," the dragon's voice echoed in their minds. "Many will resist the truth you bring, but no longer alone," Thorin said, looking at his companions with newfound kinship. "No longer divided," Elindra agreed, her hand still clasping his. "No longer forgotten," the keeper added, smiling at the first new guardians of Drachenheim in over 1,000 years. Story 5. Thornwick rose from the mists of the Whispering Valley like a dream made manifest, its alabaster towers and emerald domes catching the dawn light in 1,000 sparkles. Unlike many realms in Eldoria, here elves and humans had forged a harmony that had endured for 7 centuries, their strengths complementing each other as perfectly as sun and soil nurture a garden. The city's legendary hanging gardens cascaded from tier to tier, waterfalls and vines intertwining in an ever-changing tapestry of life, while the great crystalline dome of the council chamber crowned the highest spire, glittering like a captured star. On this day, the twin moons of Eldoria hung visible even in daylight, an omen that caused the city's eldest seers to exchange knowing glances. The alignment approached, that rare celestial event when past, present and future drew closest together. And on this day of all days, the dwarven delegation from the Ironheart Mountains had arrived to renew ancient accords. Lady Liriana Moonshadow stood at the western balcony, her silver-blue robes whispering around her slender form as the morning breeze carried the scent of night blossoms still lingering in the air. As first counselor to Queen Elindra, her presence was required at the welcoming ceremony, but her thoughts remained troubled. Last night's dreams had been fragmented, disquieting, flashes of darkness reaching toward a crown of twisted silver, of blood dripping from finger-pricked thorns, of eyes opening beneath a mountain where no eyes should be. "Your face betrays your thoughts, Lady Moonshadow," came a melodious voice behind her. Queen Elindra approached, her steps soundless on the marble floor, her crown of living vines and luminous blossoms the only marker of her station. "You worry about the alignment." Liriana inclined her head respectfully. "Not the alignment itself, Your Majesty, but the timing of this embassy. The crown of thorns has never been more potent than during an alignment, nor more dangerous." The Queen's ageless eyes studied her counselor thoughtfully. The crown of thorns, Thornwick's most guarded relic, was kept secured in the heart sanctum beneath the council chamber, ancient beyond reckoning. The twisted circlet of silvery metal with its inch-long thorns granted visions of possible futures to those rare individuals with the gift to interpret them. Tradition held that it had been forged from a fallen star in the First Age, when the boundaries between realms were thinner. You have served as its interpreter for 50 years, Liriana. Has it shown you something specific? Nothing clear, Liriana admitted. But there is a shadow in the visions, a sense of... She hesitated, reluctant to voice her fears without evidence. The Queen's reply was interrupted by the clarion call of silver trumpets. The dwarven delegation had reached the East Gate. With a significant glance that promised a continuation of their discussion, Queen Elindra departed, leaving Liriana to follow moments later. The Grand Plaza filled with citizens eager to witness the arrival of the Mountain Kingdom's emissaries. Dwarves rarely ventured far from their subterranean halls, and their craft was legendary. A procession of 12 stocky figures marched in perfect formation, their ceremonial armor gleaming with runes that pulsed with inner light, their beards intricately braided and adorned with precious gems and symbolic clasps. At their head walked Durin Ironstone, emissary of the Ironheart clan, his auburn beard falling to his belt, his deep-set eyes missing nothing as he surveyed the plaza. Unlike his companions, he wore no armor, but rather a formal surcoat of midnight blue embroidered with silver constellations, marking him as not just a diplomat, but a lawmaster of his people. Queen Elindra descended the grand stair to offer the traditional greeting, breaking bread and sharing salt with the dwarven emissary. Speeches followed, the diplomatic pleasantries as choreographed as an ancient dance. Yet throughout the ceremony, Liriana found her attention repeatedly drawn to Durin. There was something in his gaze, a keenness, an awareness, that suggested he was no mere emissary. When their eyes briefly met, she sensed he was taking her measure just as surely as she assessed him. The daytime ceremonies concluded with an invitation to the evening's alignment feast, where the crown of thorns would be ritually displayed, a sign of trust and transparency between allies. As the crowd dispersed, Liriana retreated to the sanctum for the preparation rites. The Heart Sanctum lay 7 levels beneath the council chamber, accessible only by a spiral stair carved from a single massive tree that had been petrified by some ancient enchantment. As interpreter, Liriana alone could open the final door, using both key and incantation. Yet when the heavy silverwood door swung open, her blood turned to ice in her veins. The crown was gone. "You accuse me of theft." Durin Ironstone's voice was dangerously quiet, the only indication of his anger, the slight tremor in his beard. Around them, the alignment feast had dissolved into chaos, with royal guards securing all exits from the grand hall. Liriana's accusation had been public and unambiguous. She stood now before the dwarven emissary, her eyes hard as flint. The wards were undisturbed, the locks unbroken. Only a master of metalwork could have opened the sanctum without leaving a trace. And who better than a dwarf of the Ironheart clan? If I had wished to steal your relic, Lady Moonshadow, I would hardly have remained for your feast, Durin replied coldly. And if you knew anything of dwarven honor, you would understand that such an accusation demands either proof or blood. Queen Elindra raised her hand for silence, her expression grave. Accusations without evidence serve no one. The crown must be recovered before the alignment reaches its apex at midnight, or the power within may destabilize. Lord Ironstone, will you submit to a truth crystal? The dwarf's eyes narrowed, but he nodded curtly. A palace mage approached with a crystalline orb that glowed with soft blue light. Placing his hand upon it, Durin spoke firmly, "I did not take the crown of thorns, nor do I know who did or where it might be." The crystal's light remained steady, unmarred by the red flickers that would indicate falsehood. Liriana's certainty wavered. If not the dwarf, then who and how? It was then that a young acolyte rushed into the hall, face pale with urgency. "First Councillor, Lord Malverin is gone, and we found this in his quarters." He extended a torn piece of parchment covered in arcane symbols. Chief among them, a stylized eye surrounded by 7 thorns. Recognition dawned like cold dread in Liriana's heart. "The cult of the slumbering eye," she whispered. "I thought they were destroyed centuries ago." "Evidently not," Durin said grimly, studying the parchment over her shoulder. "Yes, we have similar symbols in our ancient warnings. They speak of a deity imprisoned beneath Dragontooth Mountain, a being that sees all possible futures." Liriana's gaze snapped to his. "And with the crown of thorns amplified by the alignment. They could potentially wake it," Durin finished, their shared understanding bridging the chasm of suspicion between them. The unlikely alliance formed with the speed that only true crisis can forge. Within the hour, Liriana and Durin departed Thornwick, following the trail of Lord Malverin, a respected elven councillor who had apparently harbored a deadly secret. With them traveled only a small complement of guards, for speed was essential, and Durin had insisted that too large a force would alert the cultists. As they rode through ancient forests, where luminous moths fluttered between trees older than nations, an uneasy truce settled between elf and dwarf. Liriana's tracking skills guided them along hidden paths, while Durin's knowledge of the cult's history, preserved in dwarven records, helped them anticipate Malverin's destination. The dwarves fought a war against the slumbering eye cult in the Second Age, Durin explained as they made camp on the second night. "It was before the great schism between our peoples. In fact," he hesitated, his expression suggesting internal debate. "Speak freely, Lord Ironstone," Liriana prompted, her initial hostility tempered by 2 days of observing his integrity and intelligence. "The schism itself may have been engineered by the cult," he admitted. "Our history suggests the eye feeds on discord, gains strength from division. The great alliance between elves, humans, and dwarves was its greatest threat." This revelation struck Liriana like a physical blow. Could centuries of distrust have been manipulated by an ancient entity? Before she could respond, a searing pain lanced through her temples, driving her to her knees. Visions flooded her consciousness, fragments that had haunted her dreams now crystallizing into clarity. A crown hovering above an altar of black stone. 7 robed figures surrounding it, chanting in a language that made reality itself shiver. A massive eye opening in the darkness beneath the mountain, its pupil reflecting all possible futures simultaneously. And blood, her blood, dripping onto the crown's thorns, creating a bridge between worlds. When she regained awareness, Durin was supporting her, concern evident in his deep-set eyes. "The crown calls to you," he observed quietly. "Even at this distance," Liriana nodded weakly. "I saw the ritual chamber. They're beneath Dragontooth, as you suspected, but there's more." She recounted her vision, including the role her own blood seemed destined to play. "Blood of an interpreter," Durin mused. "That explains why Malverin didn't simply kill you. He needs you alive for the ritual." His expression darkened. "And it explains why my presence here is complicated." "What do you mean?" The dwarf sighed heavily, then reached beneath his surcoat to withdraw a medallion of strange, opalescent metal. "I am not merely a lore master of my clan, Lady Moonshadow. I am a null-bearer. This amulet has been passed down through my bloodline for millennia, crafted specifically to neutralize the power of artifacts like your crown." Understanding dawned on Liriana's face. "That's why you came with the delegation. Not for treaties, but because your people sensed the crown's awakening. And why your vision showed my significance, he added solemnly. The blood of an interpreter may bridge worlds, but the presence of a nullbearer can sever that connection. Dragontooth Mountain loomed against the night sky, its jagged peak resembling the fang of some primordial beast. The twin moons had nearly aligned overhead, their combined light casting an ethereal glow across the landscape. Time was running short. Liriana and Durin left their guards at the forest's edge, approaching the hidden entrance that her visions had revealed. The passage descended steeply, the walls transitioning from natural stone to ancient masonry, carved with unsettling symbols that seemed to writhe at the edge of vision. They moved in silence, Liriana's elven sight piercing the gloom, while Durin's inherent sense for stone warned of weaknesses or traps. The unlikely partnership had evolved into something approaching respect, perhaps even trust, a development that would have seemed impossible days earlier. The passageway eventually opened into a vast chamber that matched Liriana's vision precisely. Black stone formed a perfect circle, with 7 equidistant pillars surrounding a central altar. Upon the altar hovered the crown of thorns, suspended in mid-air, rotating slowly as if examining the chamber with unseen eyes. 7 robed figures stood before the pillars, Lord Malverin among them, their chanting building towards some terrible crescendo. And beneath the altar, the stone floor had begun to iris open, revealing a bottomless darkness from which an unnatural light pulsed in rhythm with the chanting. "We're too late to stop the ritual completely," Durin whispered, "but not too late to interrupt it." "They'll expect me to be drawn to the crown," Liriana reasoned, fighting the pull she already felt. "But they won't expect you." Their strategy formed without words. Liriana would approach openly, seemingly compelled by the crown's call, while Durin circled around using the chamber's shadows. Drawing a deep breath, Liriana stepped into the chamber. The chanting faltered momentarily as Malverin turned, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "The final element arrives," he announced. So did the interpreter, drawn to fulfill her purpose. "Why, Malverin?" Liriana asked, genuinely seeking understanding as she steadily approached, buying time for Durin. "You served Thornwick faithfully for centuries." "Faithfully?" he laughed, the sound hollow in the vast chamber. "I served a lie, elves, humans, dwarves, all fragments of what we once were before the sundering. The eye remembers the original unity, sees all potential futures, including the one where we transcend our limitations." As he spoke, Liriana felt the crown's pull intensify, drawing her inexorably forward until she stood before the altar. Above, the twin moons would now be perfectly aligned, their combined power channeling into the crown through some unseen connection. "Your blood freely given would be preferable," Malverin said, producing a ceremonial dagger, "but not essential." "Then take it," Liriana replied, extending her hand with seeming resignation. Malverin's smile widened as he reached for her, and in that moment, Durin emerged from the shadows behind the altar, the nullbearer medallion held high. Its opalescent surface blazed with sudden light as it contacted the floating crown. A scream tore through the chamber, not from any cultist, but from the opening beneath the altar, as if some vast intelligence had been struck a terrible blow. The crown's slow rotation accelerated wildly, its thorns elongating and writhing like living things. "Now, Liriana!" Durin shouted. In one fluid motion, Liriana seized the crown, her fingers bleeding where the thorns pierced her skin. But instead of completing the ritual as the cultists intended, she brought the crown down upon her own head. Pain, unlike anything she had ever known, exploded through her consciousness as the thorns pierced her brow. Yet with the pain came clarity. Visions not of one possible future, but of all futures simultaneously, branching endlessly like the roots of some cosmic tree. And in that moment of perfect understanding, guided by Durin's null-bearer energy channeling through the crown, she found the one thread that led to salvation. With a word in a language older than the world itself, she severed the connection between the eye and the mortal realm. The chamber trembled violently. Cultists screamed as the darkness beneath the altar collapsed upon itself, the pillars cracking and crumbling as the entire mountain seemed to shudder. Durin grasped Liriana's arm, pulling her toward the exit as the ceremonial chamber began to disintegrate around them. "The crown!" she gasped, blood streaming from her temples where the thorns still pierced her skin. "Leave it," Durin urged. "Its power dies with the eye's connection." But Liriana shook her head, her eyes reflecting knowledge beyond mortal comprehension. Not dies, transforms. 3 days later, as dawn broke over Thornwick, two figures stood upon the western balcony where their journey had begun. Liriana's brow bore a circlet of silver where the crown of thorns had once been, its thorns now transmuted into delicate branches that occasionally flowered with tiny blossoms of living light. "The alignment has passed," she observed, "and with it, the immediate danger. But the cult had cells throughout the realms. Others will rise." Beside her, Durin nodded grimly. "Which is why I have proposed to Queen Elindra and my own council that the embassy become permanent, an alliance reforged, as in the days before the Sundering." Liriana turned to study him, a small smile touching her lips. "And will you be the permanent emissary, Lord Ironstone?" "I will," he confirmed. "Did the null-bearer and the interpreter, it seems our destinies are more entwined than either of us imagined." Above them, the twin moons faded into the morning light, their alignment broken, but their presence enduring, separate yet harmonious, much like the unlikely friendship that had blossomed between elf and dwarf, and the renewed alliance between their peoples that now stood as a bulwark against the darkness that would divide them. Story 6. The silver spires of Galador pierced the morning mist, like the crown of some ancient deity, their enchanted crystal facets capturing the dawn light and scattering it in dazzling arcs of gold and azure across the valley. For 10,000 years, the elven citadel had stood as a beacon of arcane knowledge and power, its foundations rooted in bedrock older than memory, its towers reaching toward stars that had witnessed the birth of the world. Within the sanctum of luminous echoes, the most hallowed chamber in all of Galador, High Guardian Thalen Starseeker stood rigid with fury, his silver-blue eyes fixed upon the empty pedestal where the blade of Aetherion had rested since the Age of Whispers. The ceremonial guards knelt in shame before him, their ornate armor doing little to shield them from the cutting edge of his displeasure. "Explain," Thalen commanded, his voice deceptively soft. Though he had lived for 3 centuries, his face remained youthful, betraying his age only through the profound depth of his gaze and the intricate platinum circlet that marked his rank. "How does an artifact that has survived 3 wars, 2 celestial convergences, and countless attempts at theft simply vanish under the watch of Galador's finest?" "My lord," the captain of the guard began, her voice steady despite her kneeling posture. The wards were undisturbed, the seals unbroken. It was as if someone intimately familiar with elven magic bypassed our defenses, Thalen finished, his elegant fingers tracing the empty groove in the pedestal where the legendary blade had rested. Ancient runes still pulsed with soft luminescence along the marble, unaware that their charge had vanished. or someone with the skill to unmake metal bonds without breaking them, came a new voice, rich with the accent of the eastern provinces. Archsage Morlindel stepped from the shadows, his robes of midnight blue adorned with constellations that shifted subtly as he moved. Someone, perhaps, with the craft of the mountain folk. Thylon's expression darkened. The dwarves of Khazad-dûn had long coveted elven magical artifacts, their envy of immortal craftsmanship, a festering wound between the realms. Yet the peace had held for 3 generations of dwarven kings, a mere eye-blink to elven reckoning, but significant nonetheless. The diplomatic envoy from Ironhammer clan arrived yesterday, Morlindel continued, stroking his silver beard thoughtfully. Their master smith, Grimhilda Flameheart, requested a viewing of our artifact collection. A request that was denied, Thylon noted sharply. Of course, the Archsage conceded with a slight bow. But it establishes interest and presence. Thylon turned his gaze to the eastern window, where the jagged peaks of the Ironspine Mountains carved a dark silhouette against the brightening sky. Beneath those ancient stones, the dwarven kingdoms delved ever deeper, their forges burning day and night, their hammers shaping metals with skills that even elves, in their private councils, acknowledged as masterful. If the dwarves have taken the blade of Aetherion, Thylon said softly, each word precise as a blade strike, then by my oath as High Guardian, I shall recover it, whatever the cost. 3 days later, Thylon's mount crested a ridge overlooking the trading outpost of Crossroads Haven. Here, in this rough settlement, where the boundaries between realms blurred, races mingled with cautious tolerance, merchants from a dozen kingdoms haggled in the muddy streets, their voices a cacophony of competing dialects. The sweet scent of pipeweed mingled with the sharp tang of spices from the southern deserts, while the clang of metalsmiths and the chatter of the marketplace created a symphony of commerce. Thylon dismounted with fluid grace, adjusting the plain grey cloak that concealed his rank and race. Intelligence suggested that Grimhilda Flameheart had deviated from the official dwarven caravan, traveling instead to this lawless crossroads with unusual haste. Whatever her purpose with the stolen blade, it apparently couldn't wait for her return to the mountain halls. The wayward Dragon Inn loomed before him, its weather-beaten sign creaking in the afternoon breeze. According to his sources, the dwarven smith had taken rooms there 2 nights past. Steeling himself for the unpleasantness of human accommodations, Thylon pushed through the rough-hewn door. The common room assaulted his senses immediately, the reek of stale ale and unwashed bodies, the rowdy laughter and off-key singing, the press of too many mortals in too small a space. His elven senses, attuned to the subtle harmonies of forest and starlight, recoiled from the discord. Yet he moved with purpose toward the bar, where a burly human with a scar bisecting his left eye surveyed his domain. "I seek a dwarf," Thylon said simply, placing a silver coin on the scarred wooden surface. "A smith of the Ironhammer clan." The innkeeper's single good eye narrowed shrewdly. "Plenty of dwarves pass through. Can't say I recall their clan affiliations." Another silver coin joined the first. The innkeeper's memory improved remarkably. "Aye, the Lady Smith took the private room at the back, paid extra for no disturbances." His meaty hand covered the coins, "which means I never told you nothing." Thylon nodded once, then moved through the crowd toward the corridor that led to the private chambers. His hand drifted to the hilt of his own blade, serviceable elven steel, but nothing compared to the legendary weapon he sought. If the dwarf resisted, he was prepared to use whatever force necessary to recover Galadhor's treasure. The door to the back room was solid oak, bound with iron, typical dwarven paranoia. No locks would keep him out, however. Thalen whispered an ancient word, his fingers sketching a sigil in the air that glowed briefly violet before fading. The lock mechanism inside the door clicked softly. He entered in a single fluid motion, blade half drawn, and froze. Grimhilda Flameheart stood with her back to him, her stocky frame bent over a workbench, scattered with arcane tools and parchments covered in complex diagrams. Her auburn hair was bound in intricate braids, interwoven with metal beads that clinked softly as she worked, while her beard, shorter than male dwarven fashion but still full and proud, was similarly adorned with clan markers of silver and gold. But it was not the dwarf that gave Thalen pause. It was the scene depicted in the parchment spread before her, an ancient shadow entity rising from beneath the Blackspine Mountains, and the blade of Aetherion plunged into the heart of a ritual circle designed to contain it. "If you're going to assassinate me, elf," Grimhilda said without turning, her voice like stones grinding together, "at least have the courtesy to close the door first. These diagrams shouldn't be seen by drunken human eyes." Thalen hesitated, then pushed the door closed behind him. "I came for the blade of Aetherion." Now she did turn, and Thalen found himself fixed by eyes the color of molten bronze, set in a face weathered by forge and mountain. A network of ritual scars traced patterns across her left cheek, the mark of a master smith who had undergone the 7 trials of metal mastery. "As did I," she replied evenly, "though I suspect for different reasons. To steal it, to protect it," she cut him off, her thick fingers smoothing the parchment, "and by extension, to protect your precious elven city as well as my own kingdom. The blade was never meant to rest on a ceremonial pedestal, gathering dust while being admired by immortals who've forgotten its purpose." Thalen's eyes narrowed. "Enlighten me, then, as to its true purpose, according to dwarven law," Grimhilda snorted, the sound containing equal parts derision and grim amusement. "Not according to dwarven law, stargazer. According to the shared lore of our peoples, before pride and prejudice divided our understanding as surely as it divided our realms." She gestured to the workbench, where additional parchments lay partially unfurled. Thalen approached cautiously, his keen eyes scanning the ancient texts, some written in elvish script so archaic he could barely decipher it, others in dwarven runes similarly weathered by age. "The eternal hunger stirs beneath the black spine," Grimhilda continued, tapping a gnarled finger against the ominous shadow depicted in the central diagram. "The signs have been appearing for a decade. Earth tremors in places where no fault lines exist, mineral veins turning black and brittle overnight, deep delvers vanishing without trace. And what has this to do with the blade of Aetherion?" Thalen demanded, though a cold presentiment was already forming in his mind. "The blade wasn't forged as a symbol of elven supremacy," Grimhilda replied, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "And it was crafted in the First Age, as a key to lock away the eternal hunger after its initial awakening nearly destroyed both our ancestors. Elven enchantment and dwarven metallurgy, combined in one perfect artifact." Thalen's eyes swept over the ancient texts, his scholar's mind racing ahead even as he maintained his skeptical facade. "If what you say is true, then why steal the blade rather than approach the Elven Council openly?" The dwarf's laugh was bitter as winter berries. "When last did the Elven Council listen to dwarven warnings? When last did your people acknowledge that wisdom might reside in hearts with mortal lifespans?" She shook her head, beads clinking softly. "I requested an audience. I was denied. Meanwhile, cultists of the eternal hunger infiltrated your citadel, not I. and nearly succeeded in stealing the blade for their master's release rather than his imprisonment. Nearly succeeded. Grimhilda reached beneath the workbench and withdrew a cloth-wrapped bundle that radiated power even through its coverings. I reached Galador barely hours ahead of them. The blade called to me, as it was meant to call to those with the old knowledge. She unwrapped the bundle with reverent hands, revealing a sword of breathtaking beauty and alien design. The blade of Aetherion seemed to both absorb and emit light simultaneously. Its metal, neither fully silver nor fully gold, but some alloy unknown to modern smiths, rippled like liquid, yet held its perfect edge. Runes in both elven and dwarven script intertwined along its length, telling a story of unity and purpose that had been forgotten by both races. "It recognized me as worthy," Grimhilda said softly, "just as it now recognizes you." For indeed, the blade had begun to pulse with a gentle azure light as Thylon approached, responding to his elven blood just as it had acknowledged Grimhilda's dwarven lineage. The prophecy wasn't that the blade would protect elven lands from shadow, Thylon murmured, ancient teachings suddenly clarifying in his mind. It was that the blade would protect both peoples when shadow rose again, but only if wielded by both in harmony. Grimhilda nodded solemnly. The ritual circle can only be completed by 4 hands, 2 of elven grace, 2 of dwarven strength. The incantation must be spoken by 2 voices, one with the music of stars, one with the resonance of stone. She extended the blade toward him, hilt first, a gesture of profound trust from a master smith to one she had every historical reason to distrust. The cultists who failed to claim it in Galador will strike again. The tremors beneath the black spine grow stronger daily. "Will you set aside your prejudice long enough to save both our peoples, High Guardian?" Thalon looked from the legendary blade to the weathered face of the dwarven smith. Centuries of suspicion and rivalry hung between them like an invisible wall. Yet the evidence before him suggested that this same wall had been built on a foundation of lies and forgotten truths. "I misjudged you, Grimhilda Flameheart," he acknowledged, inclining his head slightly. "And perhaps I have misjudged much else as well." His slender fingers closed around the hilt alongside her calloused ones. The blade of Aetherion flared with sudden brilliance, its light neither purely azure nor purely amber now, but a perfect melding of both. In that radiance, elf and dwarf regarded one another not as ancient enemies, but as what they truly were: inheritors of a shared legacy, guardians of a common world, and wielders of a power that could only be fully realized through unity. "Together, then," Thylon said, the words at once a concession and a pledge. "Endure together," Grimhilda agreed, her bronze eyes gleaming with the reflected light of the blade that had been forged to unite rather than divide. "As it was always meant to be."